People, good evening. Master Tactician can generate more momentum, definitely. But there is a trade-off. Master Tactician is squishy, while Vanguard is tanky. There is a big trade-off. Yeah. The best possible solution would be the one that I'm playing right now, and it's the Sanctic. Sanctic is just ulti-monster. But if you play Sanctic as Master Tactician, then you're squishy, you know? And you don't benefit out of your own spells. For deflection, for defense stats, and so on. But as a Vanguard Sanctic, you benefit out of it. I was thinking a lot, you know, before I started my main character and what I want to play. And I've spent time checking out everything, doing calculations and so on, because I already played as a Master Tactician. And I came to the conclusion that Vanguard is just way much better. At least for unfair. Where everything one-shots you on unfair, my Sanctic receives literally potato crits, 0 crits. And that means a lot in fight. You know, when I can out-sustain like I did, for example, 15 rounds in a row of damage, that really means a lot. Yeah, not to mention the sword. True. I don't even count the sword, I'm just counting resolve. Oh, we leveled up. Necron ambush. Op. Gloom rifle. The best sniper in the game. Just discovered. Crits deal double damage with inevitable demise. And the Iconoclast Zealot. Immune to crits.
So shall it be.
Let's save. That was a great awareness check. A reward from the very start when I entered. Matthew McCall, thanks for joining, man. Thanks for joining. Heretics. Heretic build requires a cool heretic squad. Yeah. I'll never reach Zealot. Ever. They don't have a single heretic choice in the entire game.
I have learned much in my exile.
Drawing upon your patchy knowledge of the Xenos, you guess that these monoliths were once part of a mighty transport ship capable of transforming into ground-based structures.
I need to find the answers.
You can still recognize the Von Valencia's coat of arms in a half-abraded emblem on the side of the shuttle. Parts of the hull and equipment looks as if something vaporized the ship components one layer after another.
Carry the Emperor's
Oh, we're done there. We can level up on a ship. More power. Next run that I'll start is gonna be with a heretic. Then we're gonna see what's available and what's not. We're gonna ship battle. It seems like only Argenta can profit out of the crits. Ballistic and critical damage. Critical hits will deal double damage. No one can carry the armor. Pointless. The best sniper rifle, I can't equip it on anyone. I could on Pascal. Deals additional 3 times target deflection damage. Very cool weapon that no one can use. The best sniper in the game. Gloom rifle. Let's level up. Most of the items that the game gives can be only used on specific builds. Especially good items. Second tier. Let's go with endurance. And willpower. 200 HP flat. Bold Helm, thanks for the follow. Is it hard to get a Gloom Rifle at the very end of the game? Awareness check. Up Dante. How is Act 5? Hard. I can say that it's hard. Is the game noob friendly? You got noob friendly guide on my channel for the game, exactly by the same name. Beginner's guide, noob friendly. Rogue Trader. If you have problems. Am I the game developer of this game or a promoter? None. You can easily pump up the difficulty, don't it, you hard? Easily. Don't be afraid. It won't bite. And the final part begins. Something is draining the stars. Lord Captain Xenos Squadron is on an intercept course. It's the same abominations as before. Who got them so riled up? I think they're guards. The ship took off from the surface on a planetoid as soon as we baited it with the eye of our ogres. I'm not an expert of Xenos minds, but I know my void maneuvers. And I can tell you this, they're angry, and they're approaching on a direct and unambiguously aggressive trajectory. All decks prepare for battle. Here we go. Let's get one-shotted. Am I from Russia? No, I'm not. I'm 2,500 kilometers away from Russia. Give or take.
All stations, report when manned and ready.
Oh man, there's two. I can't survive this. How on earth am I supposed to survive this? I cannot survive this. Dead. Vanya is very close to Rush. I said 2.5 kilometers away. One shot. How buggy is the game? How stable it is. Buggy but extremely stable. And unrealistically hard.
No emergency beacon detected. No survivors detected.
you know, they're bugged. They're not decomposing, falling apart. They need to receive 25% damage on max hull. They're not, and they one shot, which means I need to kill them twice. Not once, but twice. And they're not decomposing. This is a big problem. You know, this is not unfair, okay? This is unfair plus bugs. It's disgusting enough, you know. Like, literally, it's disgusting enough. I only need bugs. Get a bit all up. I can't survive their hits. I don't know how I'm supposed. You can't cheese them, you can't survive their hits. You can go behind them. You're pretty much limited on everything that you can do. This is the hardest ship battle in the game. By far. The hardest by far. I'm gonna get one shot it now.
Future is bleak.
Time to unleash a counterattack.
The vessel's on the brink!
You can't cheese them with torpedoes, okay? Because you need to kill them twice. And on a second round, when you get them the first time, they're supposed to decompose. Well, they're not decomposing. You see the problem? They're not decomposing. That's 2000 HP to burst, and you get killed in a round. One shot. That's the main problem. Small ones are decomposing, that I know. Small ones work, they do decompose. But the big ones, no. And it's a huge problem. It really is.
The impure tremble.
Breach in our enemy's defenses.
Their colors.
Decks are reporting all breaches. Executing damage control. Detecting the vulnerability in the enemy's
Burn in
defenses.
the fires of retribution. The vessel begs for our aid.
Yen. Oh. No. Може и не мора.
An opportunity to exploit.
Another void.
They'll receive 0 damage, they do not decompose. It's a huge problem, they all receive 0 damage. No one decomposes.
Don't let the void take us all.
Gun batteries await your command!
Smite the enemies of humanity!
And so it will be with anyone who stands in our way.
The vessel begs for our aid.
Everything upgraded to the max. I do potato damage, okay. Nothing. This is the hardest thing that I've seen in the game. Not only in ship combat, in the entire game. The hardest freaking thing I've seen. For sure.
Void shield has been nullified.
Strike them! Now!
Redouble your efforts, you grok stains!
You cannot. I already explained you why. Because they heal. Instead of decomposing, they heal. I would do it. I already tried. Like 30 minutes ago I tried. They do not decompose. That's why I'm not running away from the fight. I'm trying to burst them if I can. There is. You realize what the main problem is right now.
Enemy's defenses!
A breach in the enemy's shield has been revealed.
Where we tread, the unfaithful fall. We need to turn the tide!
Let me try with a restart. Maybe they'll start decomposing after the restart. They need to decompose. When I bring them down, they need to decompose or I'm fucked. Let's try with the restart. Shit. Can you buy more ships? No. Those things, I've never seen anything like them before, but a panel of the ship's tech priests, Luminor readers, say that they're star corpses. Not just corpses, they call them stellocide victims. What does it mean? Who knows with those star sages? Apparently when a star dies a natural death, it's different. These look like they were murdered and plundered. All of their energy was siphoned, like when a spider sucks the innards out of a fly. Witnessing these husks, if you don't mind me saying, scared the Luminor readers so much that they wet their metal trousers. Don't you think that we're observing far too many stars here? I agree, Lord Captain. The stellar trajectories also suggest that most of the stars didn't used to be here. Someone was hoarding them in this system, and I wouldn't like to have been here at the time. The gravitational currents would have been pure chaos. We could have pulled off something like that. Was it Drukhari? Dragging stars around like they're their property is quite in character for those damn Xenos. There's them. No, I don't guess that's one. Just open the door quickly, be right back very fast.
Mighty machine spirit, lend us a modicum of thy power.
Enemy shield is down. Time to unleash a counterattack.
The target's void shield has been weakened.
For the glory of the Imperium.
They don't decompose. It's a big problem because they don't decompose. No one decomposes. That one decomposed. Is it possible that you decompose? But no way you decompose. No way you decompose. There is no way. One at least decomposes. Thanks for the follow. Gosh, thanks for the follow. doing? Are you crazy? I prepared all of these torpedoes for you. Why you turn back, you? I think that was the final ship battle. I hope so. Because I don't know if it can get harder than this. They're gonna nerf this for sure. It's just absurd. It's absurd. Landfall on Necron world. We spotted a planetoid with an unidentified xenostructure. Something tells me that a place we've been looking for. Ogre clerics detect a field of void mines on our trajectory toward the planetoid. What do we see on the planet? Practically nothing. The Ogre clerics say the magnetic radiation blinds the machine spirits with some kind of wicked pyramid, and we're picking up a few encrypted wax transmissions. Tell me about the mines. Good mines, I know from experience, encased in keramite under a coat of chameleoline. Their Cogni detonators are inhabited by the most malicious and cunning machine spirits you ever see. Far too good for pirates, and given that they've been planted for 7 cubic kilometers, I reason that these are gifts from the Lord Inquisitor's own stores. Transmit the deactivation code we found in the outposts of the Lord Inquisitor's men. Beginning transmission. Receiving return signal. 5% of mines report the transition to sleep mod. Receiving coordinates of an area designated as main landing site. We have a safe channel of approach toward Epitaph and coordinates for landing. Any traces of Calcazar? Plenty. We're picking up the remaining vox echoes of conversations. Standard signals belong to Augur observation systems, the gas thermal trails of shuttles preparing to land. You know, Lord Captain, it seems to me that this place is about to fall apart. Augurs detect a multitude of signs pointing to structural damage in a tomb located on a planetoid. And they're very fresh. Commence preparation of the landing party. Are you certain, Lord Captain? I beg your pardon for such audacity, but this old void wolf god tells him that this tomb is very likely to become ours. I have this bad feeling, as if, forgive me your lordship, I've completely lost my senses giving out advices like that. I'm ready to face whatever lies in wait. We make the landing. Be careful, your lordship. We'll wait as long as it takes for your retrieval signal, even if Xenofleet in the world appears to spot us from the orbit. This is it. Nomos. Every person on the bridge freezes in astonishment, watching the remarkable procession approach your throne. Officers and enforcers are glancing at you questioningly, but do not interfere until they are ordered to. We have come to speak with you. You gave us food for consideration by revealing the mystery of our origin. From then to now, we observed, calculated, sensed, and we discovered that the great change is coming, the trial. We see the potential for a great disaster. It's already ripening. The wave could crash down upon the Coronus expanse and perhaps extend beyond it. We're headed for suffering and death. You are the one who can prevent the disaster, and we want to help you. We do, let us help. Nomos are not human, but we have learned to see people as more than shells. We want to save them, protect them. What is the coming threat? Nomos cannot say. Do you meet Necrons before Chapter 5? No, you don't. Necrons are exclusive to Chapter 5 only. No, not even an indication that Necrons exist in a game before Chapter 5. Not even a small hint. They just appear out of nowhere. Something changed after you help us remember our birth on Epitaph. We now sense the liberation of something vast, which is actually a mere fraction of something limitless. It is seeping through a breach, its shoulders pushing against the walls of its prison that are about to give. But what it is, we do not know. We must say, it frightens us to think about the unknown, something that is trying to break free. It is so vast, too vast to measure or explain. But now we know that living souls are the same, they're always larger than they seem, and no capacity can calculate their potential. This makes us believe that we, Nomos and you, can step beyond the limit of calculations. There we will face the unleashing horror without faltering. What do you wish us to do? Wait until the unknown threat appears before you, then face it. We do not know where or when it will happen. We do not know what we will face, but we know that we want to be there with you. There is something we require to do it. Nomos are tethered to a shell of the ship. We can only follow you outside by using servitors as our shell. But they are lacking. Only a modicum of us can enter such a primitive vessel, and our power is likewise limited. We need a vessel, a body. But very few things can house us. This is why we come to ask you. Magus Asclepius has offered his shell to us. It might do. Indeed I have. I cannot think of a prouder end to my pilgrimage than the liturgy of synchronization with the Great Spirit. I will become a vessel for the Omnissiah's favored child and step beyond the confines of wretched living existence, and into the halls of eternal machine zone. You would sacrifice yourself, Asclepius. I desire it more than anything. We asked him many times because we don't want to hurt him. Nomos would not have proposed it if the human was against it. I heard everything. I await your word. Please give us freedom and we will stand with you in the hour of great need. You can take Asclepius' body. Praise the Omnissiah. I kneel before his favored child and humbly offer this shell as a gift. May I become a temple to the machine and a vessel for its great spirit. How interesting. We feel restricted, but not as much as inside servitudes. Some work must be done on a new shell, then it will be ready for journeys to the outside. We will leave you for now, but in the hour when you stand before the great trial, we will return and stand with you, side by side. I mean, everything began with the ship, how the ship saved you, Nomos saved you, and everything is gonna end with the ship, I guess. Ah, they're all standing, they're all ready. Everyone is in a circle. This is the goodbye. Point of no return now. Abelard. Well, Lord Captain, my service to you began under the most remarkable circumstances. I should hardly be surprised that you have delivered us into circumstances more unexpected and surprising than ever before. One thing I'm certain, the von Valencius dynasty will cover itself in glory today. Are you ready to follow me all the way? As always, Lord Captain, I would follow you into the fire and back. God Emperor be my witness, I have the honor of serving under 2 rogue traders and survived one, so there would be no shame in going down alongside the other. If it comes to that, naturally. Seneschal place is at the rogue trader's side. As you have learned, others can betray and abandon you in your darkest hour. If the Lord Captain cannot count on his Seneschal, there is no one he can count on. This is not a fate that I wish for you, so I'm doing my duty. What we're gonna do once the campaign ends. Now that I have your blessing, it's about time I took care of my family. Verserian clan has gone without its patriarch for too long. I should make time for my descendants before some noble upstart tries to chew them up again. Okay, get ready, Abelard. Brace yourself. We've been through worse. I serve House von Valencius, Lord Captain. The old Seneschal grins cheekily and for a split second looks younger by a good 100 years. He then bows his grey head. Cassia! Lord Captain, the end of our journey draws near. I keep wondering, will the story have a happy ending, or will we face an imminent but heroic demise? I am honored to have you among my companions, Cassia. Nothing would be doable without you. I'm honored to be your companion. What will you do if we come out victorious? Oops, wrong button. My heart is fluttering, Lord Captain. Not because of fear or doubt, I'm ready to face what is coming. What will you do? Perhaps I shall stay on your ship for a while longer if you wish. I did not enjoy traveling among the stars of the expanse. Or should I return to the fold of the house at the next opportunity? I do not know. Argentina. At last the final battle approaches, Rogue Trader. My heart awaits it eagerly. May we all fulfill our duty today. Together till the end. His name and Terra's light. His name and for Terra's light. What will you do if we come out victorious? Sister Repentia has no future. If I'm denied my death in the coming fight, I will set out in search of new battles. Again and again I will charge into fire, eradicating enemies of humanity until my heart stops beating. Prepare yourself, Argenta. I am prepared. Heinrichs. Our journey together approaches its end. One last push and the secrets of the Expanse and Calcazar will be laid to rest. I can't wait. I'm tired of the shroud of secrecy that has hidden the truth even from me. You will meet your own mentor down there. And I have questions for him. I want to know why I was left in the dark about everything that was happening in the shadows of the Expanse. Why all the acolytes died on the way here. Almost all of the Lord Inquisitor acolytes. I want to hear what he has to say and then make my judgment. What will you do once all is done? Feel uneasy when thinking about it, but if Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar falls today, someone has to take the rosette of the Order of Xenos, at the very least until the Inquisition Enclave determines who will be a worthy successor to Xavier. Epitaph awaits. Lead on. Pascal! The tech priest is checking his gear, whispering prayers to the Omnissiah. He looks up at you and speaks matter-of-factly. The tactical equipment audit is 97% complete. No critical failures detected. The Omnissiah shows favor. You do not seem too worried about the coming landing. A mission of reconnaissance is a blessed and desirable one for an explorator. The data soul of the one who explores, analyzes, and charts overflows with the joy of servitude. I would be honored to disembark with you. You took good care of my ship and equipment. The dynasty will not forget it. Where the iron flowers of the Omnissiah bloom, there must also be his passionate gardeners. Thank you for honoring this unit by letting it serve the formidable spirit of the Von Valencius dynasty flagship and your lordship. When the campaign comes to an end, what will you do, Pascal? It has been a joy to serve such a distinguished person, but duty calls the Amarnath Collective to a different mission. The message of change must be proclaimed. The believers must be separated from the doubters. The experience of our comradeship has taught this unit that much. The trials and battles we have gone through have produced trust, sincerity, mutual understanding. Amarnath will lead his flock through the flames and forward the sect into religion. May we have good fortune. There is no such thing as good fortune. May the statistical probability be predictably positive. Then to the right. Why Zulfar with Xenos? I'm not a priest, of course, and the spirits do not always speak clearly to me, but I did cast the runes. You have a great challenge ahead of you, Edwetter. Be very careful, or better yet, take me with you. There is no better way to guard your safety. Za 2 minuta! I'm glad the Emperor brought our paths together. This only proves that we will not lose, Edwetter. Going to the foulest hole in the universe where only low-born and wretched inhumans crawl, fail into darkness, and then cry out. Who here believes in the old fathers, sisters, and brothers? And even there, in the world's most rotten pit, you will hear an answer, and if you reach towards the voice, you will find a worthy companion. Everyone who believes in him and follows in his footsteps is given the chance to become someone greater and more worthy. Calcazar is waiting down there. Should I give him your regards? I would rather talk to him myself. My angry and vengeful heart tells me that only he knows how and why the baleful Halpeg died. It also tells me that I will not forgive myself if that puffed up arsehole Calcazar somehow dies before I read the answers from his leering mouth. What are you gonna do after we're done here? I will go wherever and ask every person I meet, do you know the face of evil? And then I will find the evil and kill it, until I find someone who kills me. If you wanna seek me out, follow the bloody trail in the snow. And should you find my cold body at the end, do me a favor and give me a proper burial. Venriskjol. Idir. Lord Captain, my little whisperers have grown quiet. It's like they know the long thread we've been following is finally at an end. It's now or never, isn't it? Thank you for everything either way, Lord Captain. Give me one last prediction, Idira. You think the little whisperers are going to play nice. They weren't that useful even before, and now they're more likely to mess us around and save our bacon. Lord Captain, your fate is in your hands alone. Do not let the words of the arranged Psyker confuse you. You're not meant to listen to the grumbling beyond the veil. Glad I had you with my side. And I thank you, Lord Captain. I can't imagine why you show me so much kindness. After everything we've been through, you're the only reason I'm still alive. There were so many ways I could have died. And now I've been harping on all this time about Lady Theodora this, Lady Theodora that. You know, you may never become who she was, but she could never have been who you are either. And I'm glad it was you who replaced her. And that life threw me together with you, and not with somebody else. So there, let's change the subject before I get sentimental. What do you think awaits us? I have no doubts about you. Everything going to come up roses for you. As for me, you know, maybe I won't live long, but I'll be a good life. I'll leave behind so many tales to tell. Let them remember my name over a mug or something foamy and laugh at the stories of my, well, of our exploits. Hagidira. There they really have lost it, haven't you? Thanks. Pull yourself together, we got a battle ahead. If it were an easy battle, who would ever bother to tell tales about it? Nobody, that's who. Let's show him, Lord Captain. Jai. Where's Marajai? There you are. The Exalted One once wove our destinies into the glittering tapestry of this world with gold and silver thread shireen, and today the pattern of our lives will either be completed or the tapestry will be torn asunder. Personally, I prefer to place my hope in the first option. You afraid, Giant? The battle against the enemy, pain, oblivion, no shireen. My only fear is that after these tribulations we will never be the same again, and I do so enjoy being me. So what brings you to me, Shireen? Not parting words, I hope, because I despise goodbyes. I feel as though they rob me of future. You never want to hear goodbye after all, but only ever see you again under the same stars. What you gonna do? You mean once it's over, and if the Aji don't play their evil tricks on us? I don't know, Shireen, being drunk or unbrindled freedom sounds nice. It's so close, I could reach out and grab it like a tail of a comet, and leave the Kazbalika mission behind, start doing things on my own without having to rely on your good favor. Limitless possibilities lie ahead, I just have to survive the coming darkness. Get a grip, a hard battle is upon us. Assure Shireen when it comes to matters of being. In Oblivion, Jaya Hidari has the coldest mind and the bravest heart. Iliad. And the pot my lost soul was following crumbled beneath my feet, shattered, plunged me into doubt. You were always there, Letach, despite how much you hated my kind, despite what my kin were doing. It is time for me to repay you in kind. Standing united against a common threat. True, human and child of Asuria. We will fight side by side like a pair of blades. The enemies will fall before our fury. Will our paths diverge if we survive? Someday they will, Alentach. Exile opened my eyes to many things, but the path of the outcast weighs heavily on my heart. I think that I see my new path clearly now. It sings to me, calling me forward, the path of the warrior, the protector of those I could have not saved before. All that I learned about the world, about humans, about you, I will take this knowledge into my new life and into the lives of my kin. You battle. Ready to drive back the darkness, Elentach. The final one would be Marajai. Look where he stands, man. He's not ready for this, I guess. Marajai. He's meticulously inspecting his gear, but turns his entire attention to your person when you approach. There you are, you got something very special waiting for you, do you not? A trial that will determine whether you stay on top or become dust under the feet of your enemies. Will you remain with me when this is over? Your bucket, your ship, is but a tiny shell in the universe of possibility that is open to my talents. Though the Riving Tempest has ended, I can find a replacement for it. Not in Komora, but in the other dark corners of this sector. Slit, Corsairs, Monkey, there are many who long to bend the knee to one who knows the canons of war and tenets of slaughter. I'm glad we fought shoulder to shoulder. Careful, else I might think you've gone soft and weak. I will say this only once. You are the reason for all my misfortunes, but you are also the reason why I survived. Despite the fury of old Komora and the wrath of Blackheart, consider this confession an expression of my gratitude. Go your blades, Marajai. My weapons are always ready for new victims. And that would be that we can descend. Šta je to? Sad ću da stavite na to. My wife prepared dinner. I'm gonna go and eat, and then we play the final part. Bog. 10 to 15 minutes pause, and then we go into the final battle. Be right back in 10 to 15 minutes. So by doing everything, I reached the final part with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 levels left. Interesting. Your lordship, the shuttle is ready for landing. I have the exact coordinates for secure landing site. Will you authorize the start of the expedition? Permission to take off. We're heading to Epitaph. Glory to the Von Valencius dynasty. Five chapters. 5 chapters and prologue, I will be 6. Slightly smaller than Wrath of the Righteous, but still big enough. Yeah, you should be able to bring the entire team when you make a planetfall here, because it's the final area. It should be great to bring an entire team down. Ulfar and Heinrichs want to speak with Xavier. And that's why I think that I should bring those two. And I kinda hate playing without Seneschal. I know Cassio Argentari must. Pascal as well. So I got 2 spots. I don't know how much it takes. Okay, to reach chapter 3, if you're gonna do 100%, it takes like... When you read, it takes 70-80 hours. Then in chapter 3, additional 15 to 20. Chapter 4-5. This is like a, as I said, from 150 to 250 hours if you read. If not, then it's 100 hours long game, give or take. It pretty much depends on the difficulty and depends on the amount of reading that the player do. Epitaph. Werglia is a must for combat. I want to see if there is some convo with Xavier. That's why I brought Hynix, or I will take Werglia easily. Find the Lord Inquisitor. On it.
The sooner we start,
Xavier disabled Necrons.
Carry the Emperor's will as your torch.
marching on.
No signs of aggression. Staring.
The light of terror shines for us.
Out of the corner of the eye, inside a glowing green orb mounted on a contraption, you can see the reflections of people who were not here. They're looking at you curiously and fearfully.
Onward. Blessed be the road that we take.
The Xenos is making the same rhythmic sound over and over as if trying to say something but losing its train of thought and starting anew every time. Every few moments the metal particles lose their color and become translucent. You can see something dark and formless behind the metal yearning to be born, but unable to do so yet.
Whatever you wish.
A broken metallic finger sticks out from between the sarcophagus doors that are slightly ajar. Werglia.
Locomotives are fully operational.
Elegy of sorrow. The long metal groans from a painful and melancholy melody, oozing with venomous spite. The armor plates sing in an unknown language, and you feel as though the meaning is about to reach your mind. Unless the monster cuts your life short before that. The beating roar is more like the sound of a metal torture instrument than a sentient being's speech. Examine the creature. The Xenos' entire skeletal body is made of an unknown metal interlaced with greenish energy channels aglow with currents. Below its waist, the flares of grav-pad are humming and rattling. Its upper limbs fuse into formidable heavy cannon. Not a single part of the monster's body betrays vulnerability. Without a doubt, this is a technologically superb machine designed for annihilating all life. Disabling it won't be easy. We done no harm to your race. Once I find what I come for, I will trouble you no more. The sound of the vibrating metal plates has both the rhythmic malice of a march and the hollow hum of misery, the lament of an immortal mechanism doomed to eons of wrath and battle, or else an impending demise. The salvo from the master's cannon is an infernal orchestral chord that makes the very fabric of space tremble. Elegy of Sorrow. They're blighted now. These Necrons. There's a death mark. I should have brought your lit.
Emperor, give me strength. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. If I may? Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Be careful not to cross my gaze.
God, Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Doubt is for the weak. Prayer. I'll do it.
High momentum.
Holy.
I will not. As the Emperor commands, I act. I refuse. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. I I am his will made manifest. Doubt is for the weak. That is not the Emperor's will. I'll do it. With you, my Emperor! This is unacceptable. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. I will not. This is why I was chosen. Faith without deeds is worthless. Was chosen. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. Is why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Victory is imminent. At your beck and call. It will be done.
My vow is to serve. Running binaric override. Advancing. The Omnissiah knows all. Comprehend. Running binaric override. My vow is to serve. Request approved.
For the throne's glory. Get me a target. The Emperor is on our side. I won't object to it. Everyone, step aside. Let's see to it.
Paint your death in colors.
Guided by faith. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. The Emperor's judgment.
Speechless.
Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, I act.
What can I say? Nerfing coming. Play while you can. Nerfing coming. And not a small one, a huge one.
Target well struck. Just a minor setback.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
Speaking about nerfs incoming. There's another one awaiting for a nerf.
If I may.
What are you doing, Cassia? Sit. Oh. Oh, ulti again. Oh.
Me? If you insist, Lord.
Oh.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered. I'm afraid not.
I need a foothold. But of course, Lord Captain.
I'm afraid to shoot or I'll kill Abelard. I am literally afraid to shoot.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. As the Emperor commands. Doubt is for the weak. None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Annihilation. There was a boss,
Stratagem.
by the way. That thing they got destroyed on round 1. It was a boss. Some of the ancient sacred and priceless machines are labeled with a von Valancius property mark, while others bear the strict symbols of the Inquisition.
Do I detect doubt in your voice?
This exploratory
The device seems to be connected to the energy system of the crypt and powering up the equipment in the camp, in violation of all operational canons.
Light of terror, guide our way.
See, right there.
Ah, some clearance. What's happening? Crested notebook. The tiny notebook is adorned with the coat of arms of House von Valancius. The pages made from real paper have a pleasant scent of perfume to them and are covered in perfectly straight lines of words. The text is locked behind an intricate cipher, but you do not need to know the contents of it to identify the author. You know this perfect calligraphic handwriting all too well, Theodoras.
anything worthy of my attention.
Tech Blight. Danaki.
I serve the golden throne.
No one's got Lord Xenos. Heinrichs has Lord Xenos.
Useless.
Whatever. Danaki. The main creature at your feet is still alive, as evidenced by its heavy breathing. It was a woman once, flaunting close cropped hair and equipped for a battle, but now her skin is torn by metal sticking out of her body in a dozen places. Examine the woman. Her body does not appear to have any external injuries. It was maimed from the inside out, as if her flesh was transmuted into metallic shapes that then burst out of her skin and turned internal organs into a bloody sea. Some of her exposed bones have a metallic gleam to them, while others still look natural. Can you hear me? With a heavy jerk, the woman raises her head, emerging from oblivion, and focuses her gaze on you. Even in such wretched state, her eyes still gleam with self-confidence, zest, and subtle shrewdness. You who are... That coat of arms rings a bell. Von Valancius. Not as surprising as one may think. Who are you? The Nakia Calbergaria, Inquisition Acolyte, and by the grace of Lord Inquisitor Calcazar, the Warden of Epitaph, one covered facility, or whatever is left of it. What happened? I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Oh, you mean the metal things in my body and no idea? Looks like something has gone terribly wrong in the crypt. The Auspex detected some unknown radiation and then everything broke loose. The Xenos didn't feel like sleeping in their coffins anymore, so they started trashing the place, and the pylon I was standing next to suddenly grew a dozen tentacles, and one of them grazed me. I blacked out, and when I came to, I looked like I tried to give birth to a shuttle. Where's Calcazar? At the facility in the crypt, making preparations for the emergency launch of the operation's final stage, at least I hope so. Or he's already dead. Now that I think about it, there are enough reasons to assume the latter. What facility and what operation? I guess you're still young if you don't know that in this world, whenever the big boys and girls say the word facility, that almost always means a colossal secret weapon of world destruction, and that's all you're going to get. It would be very disrespectful of me to spill a secret that has cost so many lives to guard. Have I sated your curiosity? Then, unlike my favor returned, there's a pack of low in my breast pocket. Give me one, and you can keep the rest. I'm feeling very generous today. And why does my coat of arms look familiar to you? Oh, I should know. It was on the uniform my agents were wearing. The ones I've sent when Calcazar took an interest in her ladyship Theodora's retinue. They didn't wear them for long, though. When I presented Theodora with Calcazar's ultimatum, she purged her retinue of our operatives. I'm fairly certain Theodora would have preferred to have my head as well, but the Lord Inquisitor recalled me here to guard his treasure cave, just in case Theodora decided to return for what she thought was hers, or the Drukhari started causing trouble. How did your people infiltrate Theodora's retinue? A feint, a deception, a double and triple crossing game. When they told her they intended to take revenge on Calcazar, she believed them. She was just too eager to get back at the Lord Inquisitor for taking her clever Archmagish advisor, Amarnath. Do you know Kunrad Wojtyvir? Not sure if he's still alive, but back then, he was Theodora's Master of Whispers. In theory, he should have been the one to out my operatives as spies. But instead, he thought that they were his chance to pull off a brilliant plot and prove to his mummy how great an heir he would become. It's true when they say that every other fairhead is a moron. And what was the ultimatum you gave to Theodora? Merely a message saying that her dirty secret was now our dirty secret. She was the first to visit Epitaph, and she found something here, something too good even for her exalted status. Rogue traders are not allowed to have such toys, and I relayed the most exact coordinates, down to the last digit after the decimal, to the Lord Inquisitor. Why did Drukhari came to this world? The Xenofrix, my favorite partners. They had a crucial role to play in operation that you mustn't know anything about. Their visits to Epitaph have left me with so many unforgettable moments. We were ordered not to fire at them first, but to split them into atoms if their skinny arses deviated so much as a single degree from their approved flight paths. I swear it was as if those rascals were trying to get fired at with their half-witted provocations. They even had a nickname for me, the Almost Witch. That's a compliment, I guess. I am Theodora's heir. You have to excuse me for not making a surprised face. My facial nerves seem to be partially paralyzed. I have gathered as much. Your resemblance to her spectacular void she-wolf is not that close after all. And if she were alive, she definitely would have come here in person. So you're the heirs. Well, it's not Kunrad at least. Why does no one from Theodora's retinue remember her visiting this system? I can give you two versions of the truth, the sugar-coated one and the honest one. The sugar-coated one is that once Theodora realized just what she had gotten her hands on, she deemed it a matter of the utmost secrecy and mind-logged the memories of all members of her crew. The honest one is that she mind-logged the important people and disposed of the rest. Theodora depressurized compartments by entire blocks, casting any unwanted witnesses out into the void. She needed to free up space in her halls for the spoils anyway. This is unexpected. Did her ladyship not trust even me? Disheartening news, to be sure. You have it all backward. You could have been dumped out of the airlock like so many others. You were already a decrepit old grouch back then, after all. What do we do with her? I suggest granting the Acolyte the Emperor's peace, the honor the years of our cooperation. You've always been such a sentimental sweetheart, so attached to your colleagues, your hair, your eyes. I'm sorry, is this still a sore point? Take out a pack out of the woman jacket. You're old enough to know what these are for, aren't you? You stick one end of the cigarette into my teeth and light up the other. Just make sure you do it the right way around. Let us be forthright with each other. You have nothing to hide now that you're dying. What is going on in this place? Motherfucking game. Bring the cigarette to her face. You were saying something about an operation. Is this an act of mercy or revenge? Do you not fear death? Does it look like I have anything to lose? The way I see it, you're doing me a favor. So which one is it, mercy or revenge? And her suffering without replying. I believe it's enough. It takes you more than a few strikes to end the life of the already half-dead woman. The metal skull screeches under the pressure but does not break, and her heart keeps pumping blood through her torn-up veins. Finally, her agony stops.
What deeds await us?
We reach the end. Yes. Elevator system leading into the deeper sections of the crypt has been running for a long time. Every bolt has your dynastic coat of arms imprinted on it.
Executing request.
The barrier is barely holding. Off some huge Necron. Cryptogeometric Sentinel. Tier 6. Annihilation. Teleports to a target. Although 12 cell radius it strikes. So no one gets close and we're fine. Adjuster. 4-4 area perception every enemy inside. Blighted, 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 blighted. Blighted immortals. Death marks on the sides. I guess on both. This is a bad spot to trigger the fight. I need to be in the middle. It's a very bad spot to trigger the fight. You can trade later. But you should have done it. I created a guide because of that. So you don't miss on trading stuff. And I think I repeated it in a video like 3 times in a row. Do I recommend the game? Yeah, I do.
Carry the Emperor's will as your torch.
There we go.
Imbue us.
I may. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may. Isn't this a job for try to die with grace, at least? Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands,
Be my Emperor!
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
Scriptural prognosis is favorable. Running binaric override. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Running binaric override venerates you, machine spirits. My vow is to serve. High momentum.
Let's see to it. For the throne's glory. I won't object to it.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Faith without deeds. I'll do it. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. As the Emperor commands, I you my Emperor. I'll do it. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. It's why I was chosen. Faith without deeds is I'll do it. You, my Emperor! As the Emperor commands, I'll do it. This is why I was chosen. Faith without deeds is you, my Emperor! As the Emperor commands, I'll do it. This is why I was chosen. Doubt is for the weak. This is unacceptable. You, my Emperor!
Will rule the stars themselves. A tactically sound approach. Ugh! Pain and duty go hand in hand.
It's a problem. He was not supposed to TP there. Maybe I can damage him now. It's a big problem.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
You gotta fuck it up like this, you are.
An exemplary strike. Grey hair, sure hand. Indeed.
Let's see, I can do something.
At your beck and call. An exemplary strike. Grey hair, sure hand.
Emperor, give me strength. am a navigator, not a servitor.
Okay, that kinda worked. So Cassia can actually do it.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Do not dare ask. In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Faith without deeds is worthless. The Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
If I may.
I'll do it.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I was chosen. I will not. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
I'll do it.
Brace yourself, Epilogue.
Running binary protocol is an equation. Your life is a negligible variable.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. Nothing stands against me. Let's see to it. But of course, Lord Captain.
If only that were possible. Be careful not to cross my gaze. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Victory is imminent. An exemplary strike. Through here, sure hand.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the...
Xavier is expecting us. Colossal warrior, formidable under frame, can no longer bear his weight. With armor plates clanging, his great bulk is slumping. A deep sound full of rage and tragic despair is born in his chest. You notice convulsive jinx within Xeno's limbs. The light is flickering in his eyes. Perhaps something went wrong during the monster awakening from stasis, damaging his engrams and plunging him into madness. What are you? The Xenos limbs shiver at the sound of your voice. He emits a deep hum full of dour pride. You're unable to decipher it, but you can sense his disdainful rage and stern resolve to kill you. This is neither the dispassion of a prowling beast, nor the blinding rage of insanity. It's a warrior's instinct. Your watch is over. The Xenos dies with a piercing howl of wrath. There is no fear in these sounds, only the stubbornness of a true warrior with a touch of regret over his defeat. A terrible rumble comes from somewhere deep inside the crypt. As soon as the green fire goes out in the fallen warrior's eyes, the glow of the glyphs upon the walls became chaotic and disarrayed. Something just broke irreparably in this crypt. No toy box. I did the entire run without toy box and I don't intend to do it now. Just no.
The light of terror shines for us.
Knowledge is eternal.
The reality bubbles before you and bursts with an agonizing shriek. A few silhouettes get in your way. 3 of them seem to have your face, and yet the differences are striking. Each has been marked by other accomplishments and different experiences, making you feel like the protagonist of a tale about a pair of twins separated at birth. Righteous reflection. Emperor, bestow strength upon me to smite yet another obstacle as I carry out your will. Cursed reflection. My master, changer of ways, is this of your making? I feel it's not. You aren't playing tricks on me. You are sending me prey for a great sacrifice. Glorious reflection. Is there some ironic lesson in what is going on? Should I be looking in the mirror a little less, or maybe try to look at myself from the outside? Or is this a hint that I'm my own worst enemy? I will reflect on this in my memoir. Look where your doppelgangers come from. The blatant abuse of the fabric of existence is causing the modes of reality to flare up. You see the mirages of the Coronos expanse in their glow. Altered past recognition by decisions you've made, or could have made in a different world. Who are you? They're me. If I know myself, which I most certainly, thanks for the follow. which I most certainly do, you are now pondering what it makes you. The answer is simple. You are my reflection from a less glorious reality. A product of the malign influence of treasure that I am after. I'm a blazing paragon of humanity, unbroken by tribulations, the first to venture into the darkness without fear, and the one who unites and brings back death, which was forfeited. I'm a rogue trader of the God Emperor. Speaking of me, I'm the only version of ourselves who elected the path to true power. I serve the Master, the changer of ways, and already chanced up upon my reflection in his dream. This is Imperialis, Benevolentia, and Hereticus, or better to say, now they call it Dogmatic, Iconoclast, and Heretical. So you're me, eh? Truth stems from the Emperor, you're lacking it, which means you're not the true Von Valentius, but a flawed replica born out of a flawed reality. Address the arrogant copy. You seem to think you're better than the rest of us, don't you? And yet I was the only clever enough to become the master of my own fate and not be reduced to somebody else's plaything or a slave to dogmas. Why do you seek to enter the crypt? I come to claim the treasure, whatever it is. Theodora found it, which makes it mine. Xavier will regret trying to steal from my dynasty. And I get very principled and vindictive whenever my treasury is concerned. I wonder what gave you such an ego. The lack of unnecessary advice, I presume. On the day Kunrad killed Theodora, all of her officers died with her, including Mort, Abelard, Idira, Reivor, Vigdis. When I got the inheritance, there was no one to teach me how to be a rogue trader. I handled everything myself and found out who Theodora von Valancius really was. A narcissistic, unscrupulous and self-serving bitch who lied to everyone. I admit I regretted not having had time to know her better. I embraced her principles and realized that literally everyone in the Coronos Expanse sought to take advantage of me. Drusians and pirates, Mechanicus and Gazbalika, Calcazar and Uralon. And so the puppet pulled out the strings and made its master's dance. I dare say it went well. I would ask your lordship to watch your language you speak of her ladyship Theodora. I don't know how it's in your reality, but in ours it is customary to mind one's manners. Shut up, servant. In our reality, it is customary for lackeys not to interfere in the affairs of their betters. Tisiphone, my sworn friend and the most overbearing bitch in all of the Expanse. Of course, I'd find you here as well. Nice to see you in the thick of events as usual. I think you're taking me for someone else. Indeed, in this rancid reality, you're some kind of a pathetic parody of yourself. And have you achieved much with your loyal allies? Quite. I'm the most influential figure in the entire Expanse. Caligos was slain by the Xenos and his successor Yvain became my puppet. Incendia chases pirates, not realizing it is me who is raiding her colonies. I was able to make a pact with the Cabal of the Living Tempest against Calcazar, forcing him to flee. I undertook a dozen expeditions into the unknown, moved the dynasty capital to Footfall, named Vladaim a governor, and Hieronymus a cardinal. Not too bad for a newcomer, wouldn't you say? You are a parody of what rogue trader is supposed to be, quite an epitome of hubris, greed and impudence. This is what being a rogue trader is all about, you simply lack the imagination to grasp it. Emperor, what an insufferable, smug, arrogant and childishly insolent creature. How can a single rogue trader embody everything they're loaded for? Address the damned copy. So one of my versions shows to serve the arch enemy. I do not serve, I reign. You grovel, but I dominate and rise even higher. The master requests a sacrifice, a living sacrifice. Chuck them into the warp, their paths will be unraveled and woven into yours. Too bad I fail at every single skill check. Why did you come to Epitaph? My master, the changer of ways, directed me here and revealed my destiny. This is where I'll cut short the life of the Corpse Emperor's champion and claim the great trophy. This is where I'm fated to become one with the warp. I wonder at what point your soul was tainted by heresy. It happened on a day Conrad Wojtyvier founded me with a cursed blade. From then on, I started hearing voices. Fortunately, my companion Idira taught me how to avoid being barmy, and I began to listen to and heed their wisdom. They revealed secrets to me and whispered the dark rituals. I raided the Van Valencius crypt, made a dark offering of Theodora's skull, and enslaved her spirit. I learned all of her dirty secrets, all of her lies. I saw the picture in full and realized that only the strongest survive in the expanse, and then his strength is good enough to survive. Have you achieved much following your profane path? Much and more. My empire is not a measly protectorate, it stretches across Winterscale domain and the worlds of Chorda. I and my brother Kunrad, as the regent, rule many of planets. I deceived Uralon the Fool, Uralon the Cruel is Uralon the Fool, and banished him from the expanse after subverting his cult. Taught the brazen Drukhari a lesson by sending Orselio navigators into Comora to cause the most powerful disjunction in history. I struck down the furious Caligos' arrival for the favor of the dark gods and used his blood to make a pact with the edge of daybreak, my illustrious teacher. Emperor, why do you so rarely send me the heretics who are that eager to confess? My job would be so much easier. House Orselio would never swear allegiance to someone like you. We follow his light, and you are twisted chaos incarnate. You are disgusting. You're not going to believe how little I care about what you think. Address the pious copy. Your fate seems to be stronger than that of us all combined. I remember in whose name the sacred warrant was granted. I remember by whose hand I'm allowed to be. I believe, and my fate is a bright light driving back the darkness. But your fate is cold embers, and when I look at you, I feel ashamed of myself. Did you arrive to help, Calcazar? The future is not known to me. The Lord Inquisitor didn't give me the full details of Operation Precious Sentinel, but mentioned its importance to the entire Imperium. I'm coming to lend him a hand, or stop him if he plans to go against the will of the God Emperor. Your doppelganger vigorously chops the air with his hand, and you notice some stiffness in the movement, as well as a subtle grimace of pain. As you look closer, you realize that lurking under your replica's clothes are chains of penance with jagged hooks digging into his flesh. Such instruments of humility are only worn by the most fervent believers. The heat of your hues is blinding, Lord Captain. Scarlet and gold shroud your very essence in overpowering radiance, but deep inside I see a palpitating smudge of a sable blue, which you have banished, which you loathe, and which ruins the perfection of the image. Are you afraid of a misstep, of loneliness, of the Emperor turning away from you? Don't you dare lay your accursed eye on me. How did you even survive the Urak 5 cleansing, monster of House Orselio? Felek and I crush your mad followers, Felek, and purge the Navigator House of corruption. Did your heretical powers enthrall my copy's weak spirit in this reality? How ignoble, how disgraceful. Where did such piety came from? It filled me on a day when Sister Argenta and I executed Theodora for heresy. I saw all her wickedness and depravity and felt unclean, stained by her blood, so I swore to redeem the name of the dynasty. The Lord Inquisitor from your reality must be pleased with you. And how many feats of faith have you accomplished? Not yet enough. I struck down Caligos Winterscale, a champion of Khorne, at the ruins of Dargonus. I joined forces with benevolent Incendia Chorda to purge the cult of the Final Dawn when they incited the rebellion and used footfall to summon a greater demon named Edge of a Daybreak. The unclean spirit is now sealed within the station that I proclaim forsaken forever. After the purging of Janus, the Xenos Krudarach and the Cabal of Reaving Tempest forged a profane alliance against my protectorate, but with the noble space wolves I defeated their combined forces and banished them from the expanse. It looks like this version of me became a mindless zealot. Vice always masquerades envy as contempt. The situation has just become complicated. How are we gonna solve it? We will fight. I'm sensing a greedy interest your soul's nurse. for what is hidden in this script, and I want to allow you to take possession of this blasphemous thing. I see we're outnumbered. Compared to you, Doppelganger, I think it would be wise to join forces. Topple you first and then resolve the conflict between those who have survived. I concur. We will finish off one of the biggest retinue first and then decide who is worthy of the prize. However, I already know who it's gonna be. Now I'm show you who is the original and who are the imperfect replicas. Killing yourself is peculiar form of martyrdom. Martyrdom for profit.
You dare cross an agent of the throne?
Your doom has been
Argenta the
foretold.
Scourge. Idira the Insidious. Glorious Reflection, Cursed Reflection, Righteous Reflection. Interesting. Very interesting.
Me. If you insist,
I
Lord
shall
Captain.
endure everything with unshakable faith. Better crippled in body than corrupt in mind.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may, isn't this a job for the serfs? Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Cleanses the body.
If I may. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
They're all very tanky, man. Such freaking Idira. Of course, on Cassia. Demonopathy. Endure breakthrough. Jesus. They all play before me. Good job, Argenta, even as the Scourge works for me. It's a master tactician, Argenta. Good job, Argenta, suicide.
I don't suffer
Good.
lightly.
Good. Bad. Bad.
Not another one of these mistakes.
The one's the most dangerous. Who is it? Righteous Reflection. Oof, run and gun. Oof. Glorious. What are you fools doing? Warrior. Arch militant. Warrior. Just drop privates. Everyone else looks fine. What the fuck was that damage though? Oh. Yeah. I believe there was fucking enough. Don't know what you think. I really believe it was enough. You had your turn. I'm gonna have mine. Idira, you're first.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I was chosen.
The whispers call to
I'll
me.
do it. As the Emperor commands, I... Faith without deeds is worthless.
Momentum.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. You, my Emperor. That is not the Emperor's will. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I...
Pain of this
my
mortal
Emperor.
flesh means nothing.
I'll do it. You, my Emperor.
Pain is temporary. Legacy is forever.
Faith without deeds is why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment. This is why I was chosen. I'll do it.
Чё?
You, my Emperor. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. This is why I was chosen. I refuse.
For von Valentius. Follow my lead. At your beck and call. It will be done. At your beck and call. I'm not interested. I will do my duty.
I will endure.
I am a navigator, not a...
Wobzik, thanks for the sub and thanks for the 4 months.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may, I have read tomes of military tactics.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
His contempt.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all.
Better crippled in body than corrupt in mind. You have been judged and found wanting.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
This is unacceptable. I'll do it.
And they're judged.
From here.
Just need to clear with one stem with Heinrichs and we're good to go. Be right back in a second just to see what my wife wants. Level up. I need to clear
I've seen a lot
Kindrix.
of innocent people. I have yet to see someone remain so after an interrogation. You have my thanks.
So shall it be.
Marco Polo, thanks for the follow. Very limited what I can do right now with this level, extremely limited. Can't do shit.
If such is the Emperor's will.
Power armor sororities. Ooh, it's a
Let's
heavy
proceed.
bolter improved. Ooh. Shock and Ave. Basically, all of those traders that you couldn't reach, that the best gear, now you get it through the fight. Yeah. 30 теперь.
I'll chart a course for you.
Amazing gear. All of it. Eruption melt. 90 arm pen.
Activating motive force reserves.
Exitius Longlays. $75 strength to use it. Too bad. Може. That was great. Titan Shock and Ave.
Litany of reconnaissance recited.
It's minus 25, 75. Argenta needs to have 50 strength to wield. Just 2 levels, man.
My mind is focused.
Connect to the memory core.
Locomotives are fully operational.
What a shame.
Of course you can't succeed. Ма бре, класично що си. Again a level. What? You say so? It's exemplar. Oh. There you go. Here we. There you go. I can imagine the pain from Heavy Bolter now. Although I waited exemplar point for this. I can imagine. Level 50. Boom. good. Because you need power armor proficiency. There is a power armor proficiency for the power. You got light, medium, heavy armor, and power armor. Okay.
Fascinating stratagem.
This master-crafted patella augment is not fit for a servitor.
Unyielding beacon stacks chance to ignore any incoming damage.
Tread carefully, rogue trader.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Useless.
How can one find the right way without his light?
Make this. Very inflated skill checks, especially now at the end. Okay, I haven't restarted for 4 hours.
Useless. Tread carefully, rogue trader.
Fuck it. I mean...
How can one find the right way without his light?
tremble.
So how was I supposed to do it exactly? Is it only one turret? Can you even shoot from here? Alright, let's check out the new heavy bolter.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
What? Where are you? Where is this? What? Are you crazy with this? Why this turret here? Thank God it works.
If you insist, Lord.
Well, why the turrets though? Ciò.
The world is full of colors I have never seen before.
I better myself through my service.
I'll take it from here.
A nice little stroll. Light of terror. Guide.
Reconnaissance recited.
Look, it's very clear what happened with those turrets, okay? They intended to do something, they didn't have enough time, and it's gonna be applied in the future patches here, okay? Because there is no point of it. They had some idea about it, I don't know what, but they did. Xavier Calcazar. The Inquisition. We arrived. So this is what they found. Tesseract prison vibrates restlessly, barely containing the power within. There is something inside of it. Prison. Or something.
Oh, this master-crafted patella augment is not fit for a servitor.
Oh my god, I quickly clicked load instead of screenshot. You should restart the game on every 2-3 hours because of memory leaks. Classic.
The sooner we start.
I see that you not heed my warnings. Your decision to come here in spite of them may have consequences, but we still have a chance to turn it to everyone's advantage if your lordship listens to me very carefully. With all due respect to you, Lord Inquisitor, I shall ask you to refrain from any further threats directed toward the Blessed Rogue Trader, lest you face repercussions from me. How courteous of you to warn me, Master Verserian. I will remember your words. Master Van Kellogg's, I'm pleased to see. How was your journey? Illuminating, Lord Inquisitor. Heinrich Stone would have frozen anyone else solid, but not Calcazar. What are you doing here? Exactly what my duty dictates, saving the Imperium. Isn't it obvious? Is that what you're here for? We call it a shard, and yes, as you have noted quite aptly, it is the reason I'm here. This construct contains an ancient, or rather a pre-ancient being of cosmic power. They were called Cthulhu. The entity is currently trying to escape, and I'm here to collar it. Calcazar nods at a giant device, whose design clearly points to it having been brought into the crypt from outside. And what is this Cthulhu shard? A specimen of an ancient predator race, devourers of pulsars, who feasted on star systems. Reality itself bent to their power, but many millennia ago an ancient Xenos race managed to defeat them, shatter them into pieces and lock them away in prisons, like the one you see before you. And you think you stand a chance against such power? Do you mean to say that a human is not capable of such a feat? But I'm not just a human, I'm an instrument of the Emperor's will, one of many. And the Imperium is omnipotent. If I were to fail, another would follow in my footsteps. That is how humanity makes the impossible possible, with the hands of particular people in particular circumstances. Your skepticism is unwarranted. And how will taming this creature save the Imperium? Over my years of service, I've come to realize that the main problem that humanity faces in this war is imbalance in power. Our opponents are not races or nations, but incomprehensible monsters. And it is high time we acquired one of our own. My yoke will bind this creature and make it a chain guard serving the Emperor. That is not the full extent of my vision. There are other shards similar to this one, scattered across the galaxy. I plan on seeking them out and confining them all inside the yoke. Each conquered monstrosity will bolster our defenses. Still got questions. Given the circumstances of our meeting, I don't see why I should hide anything. I seriously doubt you will share this information with anyone else, for one reason or another. How did this thing end up in your possession? Thanks to your predecessor. I arrived in the Expanse at the call of the Explorator fleet to deal with the Archmage Amarnath heresy. But I quickly came to the realization that the Coronos Expanse problems ran much deeper than the tech heresy. Unprecedented piracy running wild, blatant smuggling of Xeno artifacts, willful and impatient rogue traders, and growing threat of ruinous powers. All this in a region that the Drukhari considered their domain. Frankly, I consider purging the entire Expanse. It would have been much easier to burn down this whole tangle of threats and corruption, but the web of spies that I had woven presented me with much more interesting and radical solutions. While investigating Amarnath's connections, I turned my eye to Theodora von Valancius, who ultimately gave me the shard. How was Theodora involved in all of this? Theodora's instincts were uncanny. She spent decades hunting for a key that could open the dimensional gate, as if she knew that there was something incredible waiting for her on the other side. Her ladyship was lucky enough to discover the shard during one of her expeditions, a trophy that was too much for her to handle. Archmage Amarnath studied it on Theodora's behalf, creating weapons in exchange for access to the dangerous relic. But the research was too primitive and unambitious compared to the true power contained inside the shard. I had one of my own acolytes, Tanakia, sent her spies to Theodora. They infiltrated the rogue trader retinue, earned their trust, and reported to me about this magnificent object. The rest was trivial. I seized Epitaph and laid down the conditions of our further coexistence. She was wise enough to concede defeat with dignity. I commenced Operation Prescience Sentinel. Do I believe that having two Vanguards in the same party is bad? No, it's not. It's actually very good. One Vanguard should be Fellowship Vanguard, the other one should be Strength Vanguard. Okay? Or better to say, you check those abilities that give Fellowship bonuses. That's a Fellowship Vanguard. The other one is completely different with 3 other abilities that have nothing to do with Fellowship, and you can play with both. I left the garrison on Epitaph, took the key to Dimensional Gate from Theodora, sealed the gate, and started the creation of the yoke. I kept Theodora and her heirs in my sight, just in case. Not long before her death, I assigned Heinrich to her, in order to rendezvous with him on Raikad Minoris, but your lordship inherited him instead. I admit I wasn't aware of you. Theodora managed to keep her secret there, up her sleeve. It is unfortunate I was not privy to all the details of this plan. So instead of eradicating Theodora's misdeeds, you chose to inherit them. In the old days, House von Valancius would have declared war over something like this, and fought until the offender was dead. What is yoke? A containment device similar to this one, except it's better. The yoke was devised by the brightest minds of 2 races using the ancient wisdom of a long-gone Xenos civilization. A prison capable not only of holding the town shard, but also of controlling it while releasing fractions of its being. An instrument of obedience and destruction, a masterpiece whose creation required immense effort. I just had a deja vu. I already seen this in some other reality. Exactly this text. I swear to God I had a deja vu now. Unreal. It was made on Euphrates II. I captured Amarnath's student Axiomanta, and she passed all of her mentor drafts to me. And the one overseeing the process was none other than your acquaintance, the tech priest Cubis Delphi. His fall was regrettable. It seems that the unorthodox, daring things he did at my behest drove him to break his vows and sink into heresy. But a human mind could never have comprehended the shard alone. And thus I appealed to the inhuman mind. I struck a deal with the Drukhari. Theft of sacraments and secrets of the Adeptus Mechanicus registers. Inciting a devout tech priest to commit heresy. Registered. Blasphemous merging of sacred technologies with forbidden ones. Registered. Further transgression registration discontinued. You collaborated with Drukhari. Alas, the operation demanded it. With the agents of one of my acolytes, Emelina, I contacted Archon Irimeris and made a pact. I gave her access to the technologies contained within this relic and destroyed her rivals in the Cabal. She would relay information on the raids to my spies and I would solve the problem. In exchange, her Homunculus Tervantias forged a yoke for me. Of course, I did not let him near the shard itself, but rather set up a laboratory for him on Quetzaltemer. It was safer that way. All the pieces were contributing to my plan, but none had enough information to comprehend the entirety of it. You disposed of Emelina like unwanted rubbish, like waste material, after all her years of faithful service to the Golden Throne. Unfortunately, I had to send Emelina away and remove her from the board, a shrewd woman of principle. I used to value those qualities of hers, but suddenly they started to get in the way of my plan. It would have been safer to eliminate her before she could figure out what's going on, but I must. I have grown miserably over the years and was loath to part with a good agent. Or perhaps I was simply being sentimental. Why did Drukhari want the shard? It is one of the most complicated and perfect creations of a race much older than Drukhari. It is no mere object, but a treasured trove of technology. A wise master could uncover many secrets simply by observing it. A sound strategy. Trust me, your lordship, the threat of the alien pales in comparison to that posed by the ruinous powers. Irimeris could plunder 1,000 worlds, but she is no Euralon the Cruel. She was a great danger to her own kin as she was to the Imperium. The disruption she caused among the Drukhari was only to our benefit. She intended to trigger a powerful disjunction in Comora, thereby destroying her rivals and elevating her own cabal in the process. Knowing full well how precarious her grand plan was, I made no attempt to talk her out of it. With a little luck, we wouldn't need worry about Comora's influence. This new information about a pact combined with the astro observation data collected in the star system resolves the inconsistencies identified earlier. Unit Xavier Calcazar stands accused of stealing the astrophagic records of Connaissance fleet. I'm amazed by her analytic prowess. Yes, I need stars to feed the shard. The cabal of the Raving Tempest could steal them and bring them here, but it was imperative to preserve the exact energy parameters so as not to trigger the object premature detonation. I procured the necessary information on suitable stars from the Explorator Fleet data scriptorium. Registering a Category 1 blasphemy, Unit Xavier Calcazar is hereby sentenced to traversal, dissection, and study. Upon the cessation of vital functions, the unit remains must be disposed of in disgrace. And then I take it you decided to get rid of your Xenos allies. There was no more need for them, seeing as the yoke was almost complete and the situation was escalating out of control. Theodora was dead, the cult of the Final Dawn had reared its head and was preparing to strike, and Irimeris had forgotten her place. She was putting forward too many elimination requests, and when I told her to curb her appetite, she retaliated. The theft of the Raikat star was timed to occur when Master Van Kellogg's would be on the planet. The Archon wanted to rob me of one of my agents and sent a message. Raikat's son vanished because of me. I still fail to see the connection between the disappearing star and the cult of the Final Dawn. How could the Xenos catalyze the fulfillment of the Archenemy's prophecy? And then the Coronos Expanse was engulfed in flame. I had to rush the operation and declare sector-wide martial law. The webway gate that the Rimeris warriors had been using was destroyed, and the facility on Quetzaltemur razed. I evacuated half of the yoke that Ervantius had completed, but was too late to retrieve the second half from Euphrates II. Cubis Delphim revealed to Ural on the Cruel where he should strike, and that almost spelled the end of Operation's Precious Sentinel. I appreciate your efforts in resolving this problem. In fact, you turned out to be much more useful than Theodora ever was. On the denizens of Raikat systems, Sentinel's Pride, and all other starless worlds, you were the one who sentenced them to death by sending the Drukhari after their sons. Well noted. Yes, I acted as their executioner, as regrettable as those losses were. However, to overestimate their importance to the Imperium would have been folly. Every single day, humanity pays a far more terrible price, and that must be brought to an end. Why did you call Astartes? I needed a remarkably strong force to keep my Xenos allies in check. The Emperor's Angels were just the weapon I was looking for. Except, considering the sensitive nature of my operation, I couldn't very well risk requesting aid from my allies in Deathwatch, could I? And then I remembered an old debt owed to me by Space Wolf's great company, so I decided to call in a favor. They were an asset at first. The wolves helped me close the dimensional gate by overwhelming its security systems. I tasked them with hunting the Xenos condemned by Erimeris. But eventually they started prying, and that was unacceptable. I could control Torvald by giving him more tempting targets, but the baleful Howl Pack, they raided an outpost where my agents had been meeting with the Drukhari. The pack took prisoners, but lost the esteemed brother Ulfar. I hoped they would give their all to the search, but instead wolves forced the system's coordinates out of the captives and came crashing down on my head. They had no gate to transport them. They used nothing but their warp engines. Thankfully, they realized their situation too late, so Tanakia managed to neutralize them. You come so far in pursuit of answers, it would be too cruel to leave your curiosity unsatisfied. Seeing as the inhabitants of this place almost killed you, I gather that something went wrong with this plan of yours. Not at all. Operation Precious Sentinel is in its final stages. The increase in Xenos activity is a vexing yet trivial development in the grand scheme of things. They were supposed to guard the device, but they slept through the intrusion, and only Ctan Shard emanations could make them stir. Theodora research destabilized the Shard prison, and my project only made it worse. Whenever particles of Ctan Shard energy seep out, many curious phenomena occur. the destruction of the crypt, the warped reality. When I tame the monster, I will order it to stop disrupting the laws of the universe. And that brings us to the most interesting part of our conversation. You know my plan, so now I want to know yours. Will you admit that I am in the right to join me in this undeniably ambitious act, or will you try to stop me? I will be upfront with you. If it's the latter, I'll be forced to remove you. But I'm sure you realize that already. That's the second time you threatened the Lord Captain. I need to decide what to do, man. 1 little second. Heresy. It will only be heresy if I lose. If I prevail, it will be triumphant feat in the name of saving humanity from the horrors of this universe. And I will not lose. Wake the beast and let us shackle it together. So be it. Before we begin, I will say this. I'm encouraged by your pragmatism. You have surpassed Theodora and my expectations, and I'm grateful to know that I will not determine the fate of humanity alone, but with a dependable ally at my side. Weaken its physical shell. I will control the yoke and try to chain the monster. An invisible yet clearly tangible aura of power envelops the figure clad in robes of tech priest. It is all the more baffling to hear a youthfully excited voice from under the hood. This is it, the place of our origin. Nemo's gaze is trained upon the Ctan Shard. It is your strike and your wish to escape your prison that begot us. Mysterious creature has been in your ship's soul for so long turns to face you, but it is you who truly ushered us into this world, so let us meet our abominable precursor together, for it is ready to break free. Greetings, Nomos. I need explanations, rogue trader. What is that, and what is it doing here? We are out of time. Now. It escapes now.
Suffer not the heretic to live!
The summed power converges.
Shard. Teleports to enemies' random positions across the battlefield. Area cone. The enemy who less dealt damage to the Ctan Shard. Various copies of itself. Swaps positions with one of its copies. Immunity. Open mist. Solid stats. I'm gonna cut you in half.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. I am a navigator, not a servitor. I have read tomes of military tactics.
I'll do it. Faith without deeds
Me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
The threads of purpose are unraveling.
If I may. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
For the throne's glory. But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it.
Za tu li to na aga staviti, smeta mi. Na koliko? Dobro.
Request approved. Running binaric override. The old Messiah knows all, comprehends all. My vow is to serve. That is an equation. Your life is an equation.
The actual fuck is this? The copies play? They do.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I
Reality is a tapestry of contradictions.
I'll do it. Guided by faith. Faith without deeds is worse. Why I was
The
so...
threads of purpose are unraveling.
Power resides in the will of the righteous. I'll do it.
A prominence cannot damage a star.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. For you, my Emperor! Faith without deeds is worthless.
A prominence
I'll do it.
cannot damage a star.
This is why I was chosen.
Not on Smash. Thanks for that, you man.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. Escape the Emperor's judgment.
Of annihilation. Its purpose unraveling.
This is why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Prominence cannot damage a
Faith without
star.
deeds is worthless. You, my Emperor! I'll do it. That is not the Emperor's will.
The Emperor protects.
Lock in our ranks! Indeed. I will do my duty. It will be done. Victory is imminent.
Doubt is for the weak. My Emperor! I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Its purpose unraveling.
I'm afraid not. Emperor, give me strength. Isn't this a job for serfs?
I'll do it.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Heavy is the tread
Doubt is for the weak.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Energy orb.
I refuse. Faith without deed. Why I was chosen.
The threads of purpose are unraveling.
In a mountain dodge.
At your beck and call. It will be done.
High momentum.
Бровицы.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. Why I was chosen.
Purpose are unraveling. fleeting moment of integrity gone.
Navigator is coming. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
The providence cannot damage a star.
That is foolishness.
Pathetically sound approach. At your beck and call.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands. Why I was chosen. I'll do it. Faith without deed. Doubt is for the weak.
Providence cannot damage a star.
I'll do it.
Follow my lead.
Another color has faded.
Indeed.
As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. This is unacceptable. As the Emperor commands. deeds is worthless. I will not. As the Emperor commands. My Emperor! I'll do it.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
High momentum.
I am his will made manifest. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Start. Subdued. Is that like the hardest fight in a game? You're on the cruel and the edge of daybreak. Not this one. The ancient monster struggles against the energy pinnacles of the yoke. Its impossible powers that make reality itself worse, it seems, are now being forced into a compact dungeon, quark by quark, returning it to cruel and painful non-existence in the moment. It could struggle harder, but something hinders it. You are the cause of these hindrances. Only now does the Catan shard turn its focus to you, for the battle was nothing more than the reflexive resistance of an alien mind absorbed in a completely different range of thoughts and responses. But now, it's thinking about you, and its thoughts are so corporeal that you can sense them and know them. It seeks an end to the confrontation. It is capable of resolving it in a way that would benefit all. What does it mean, take the victim's place? The one that this thing judged as a victim will die on its next turn. You take the place for the companion you wish to die, so the other one can play that was captured. And he captured Argenta twice. Okay, so I needed to set her free twice. And that's why you got your Seneschal and Pascal. And the Necron ship combat, yeah, the first place would be Necron's ship combat, okay, that's the hardest fight in the game, then it's Urala. Do not listen, it's almost broken, so now it is trying to negotiate. It seems that the same intrusive thoughts have appeared in Calcazar's mind as well, nevertheless his resolute voice overpowers even the violent roar of the yoke, still in the process of reaping the shard power. Weaken it more, and soon enough the binding process will be complete in the name of the Emperor. Do not bow your head before our abominable precursor. It was begotten by the dark abysses of the past. It is a fragment of death which devours stars and erases civilizations. It knows no benefit other than its own. Allow us to stand against it. This is our time, our impossible chance. As yet another layer of reality cracks, a figure appears before you. Her. After giving you a probing and appraising a look, Theodora permits herself a slight smile. Try to touch Theodora, think about Cthulhu. Nomos, we must imprison this monster for all eternity. This monster will serve me. It's all yours, Calcazar. Bridle it. This creature is a god. We must not imprison it. We must serve it. Try to touch Theodora. Particles of reality around you begin to boil, trying to heal the wound upon existence and preventing her from entering your version of being. You and she can exchange words, thoughts, glances, but a physical connection is an impossibility. You are merely fleeting phantoms that could scatter at any moment. She's silent, her gaze still trained on you, as if she's trying to commit your every feature to memory. Theodora. What should I do, Theodora? To walk bravely first into darkness, to unite and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold boldly the reins of fate, to walk steadily the roads of thorns, through pain to greatness. The warrant of trade. The wound in reality is healed and the vision of Theodora quickly fades away. You catch her last words. Whatever your fate choose, one can only hope it will be better than mine. Think about Cthulhu. Mental contact is effortless. This is not communication. Such a powerful being cannot comprehend communicating with anyone but its equals. It simply bears the gift of making the other hear and understand it. So grand is the potential of its thoughts. Try to comprehend what the Cthulhu is. The Cthulhu is the pinnacle of reality. It is eternity, dominance, omnipotence, individuality. The Cthulhu is the original purpose behind all existence. The rest was born in order to contain, nourish, and be appropriated by the Cthulhu. The Cthulhu, space, is an illusionary variable. To the Cthulhu, time is young and trivial phenomenon. For it had existed for eternity in the gaseous energy fount of the universe before time was even eventually born. The Cthulhu, fact and probability are mere abstractions, between which it can soar on its electromagnetic wings. Currently, the Cthulhu is not whole, it was shattered into lesser pieces, and so were its thoughts and powers. The feeling of emptiness is oppressive, and it yearns to become one again. I know this feeling, Xenos. Try to feel the motives behind the Cthulhu actions. The Cthulhu wishes to be, all Cthulhu exists, to spread and conquer, not to stay manacled with untime, where it was entombed by the contemptible sentient tools, away from all there is. The Cthulhu wishes to ascend, sate its hunger, and embrace once more the pure acceleration of claiming and attaining reality. Try to understand what benefits Cthulhu promises. Power, eternity, comprehension. The Cthulhu once chose the reign over the short-lived races and forged a new and glorious fate for them. It has learned from its mistakes, now it will only bestow upon the chosen few. The Cthulhu can grant, your thoughts falter, for it is difficult for your mind to fathom the full scope of this world. The Cthulhu can grant everything. Stop thinking about it. It is much easier for you to stop trying to comprehend the Cthulhu than for it. One who can grasp the world in hundreds of ways to stop comprehending you. No mos! If our birth ever had a purpose, then it is here and now. Why do you call the shard your precursor? Because that's what it is, and what we are. We have told you before about Theodora's ambition, Amarnat's mind, the ship's cradle, and the Epitaph's secret. One sprouted into another and spurred yet another, thus Nomos were born. We were but an echo of the shard's power, an echo that left its prison. But we become something so much more, with your help. So you have brought the shard on the Cthulhu shard here. You amaze me, rogue trader. It is our precursor, but we are not its shard. What do you intend to do? Clash with precursor. Touch it, absorb it, so that the reflection becomes the object reflected. So that the shard becomes Nomos. Then, and only then, will its threat be eradicated forever. If your pet takes so much as a step toward the shard, you may consider our alliance broken, Rogue Trader. The shard will be placed under the yoke, and as for that creature, I will destroy it as soon as my work here is complete. Unless you destroy it first, I advise you to do just that. Do you think you can do this, Nomos, and what will happen afterward? We stand at the threshold of probabilities and outside the bounds of the predictable. It is beyond possible to know whether we can or cannot. But we believe that we can, and that is what drives us to try. If we succeed, we will obtain power beyond compare. We will become a shield against any threat, no matter in what form it may manifest itself. I'm losing my patience, Rogue Trader. I have made my decision. You must imprison the face, Nomos. Act now, my child. This monster will serve me. Deliver the final blow. It's all yours, Calcazar. Bridle it. Act now, my child. I'm giving you one last chance to amend your mistake and destroy the monster, or else I will do it myself. Destroy the monster, you say. Very well then. Farewell, Inquisitor. The numerous implants in the Inquisitor body all suddenly grown at once. A moment later, Xavier Calcazar perishes without so much as a scream before he can even comprehend what is happening. Damn it. We regret that we had to do this, but he posed a threat not just to us, but to all the lives in the Coronis Expanse as well, something that we want to cherish and protect. We are ready for the most important battle of our life. Wish us luck. Nomos steps towards the shard, and the whole world explodes into terrifying whirlwind. You can hear the colors and see the touches. Ice burns your hands, while fire leaves you freezing. And in the midst of this madness, you can clearly sense a battle raging, a clash of two beings, one endlessly ancient and the other endlessly young. The power of Ktan Shard is such that it redefines the very notion of power, but it has a weakness, one that you can see only now. With the shard and its rival standing face to face, the shard is just that, a shard. It is incomplete, it is not whole, and it cannot be what the Ktan was before. What opposes the shard is something entirely different, an undivided sentient being with a clear purpose in mind, akin to a well-aimed arrow. And the one who fledged this arrow and set it airborne was you. The battle goes on and on and on, outrunning the course of time, but you don't need the gift of clairvoyance to know who will emerge victorious. Ooh, that looks nice as well. The Ktan Shard was transmuted into a new form, and their name was Nomos. Possessing the power of an ancient being and nurtured by the Rogue Trader, the young star god watched over the expanse, their new domain, with curiosity. Gathering its bleeding worlds together again, the Rogue Trader dared to build something more noble and civilized in the expanse, a heaven for those drifting and unprotected in the strict hierarchy of the Imperium. It would be an unbound frontier where freedom and compassion were not wholly extinct. The shackled monster, under von Valencia's control, ensured the survival of the young utopia. The star god destroyed all who threatened its peaceful civilians and instilled fear in those of little faith. The Expanse tested the sweet fruit of freedom and tolerance with reverent fear. The Imperium could not forgive such an insolent deviation from the order prescribed by Holy Terra. The von Valencia's dynasty was accused of the seditious formation of their own empire. An invasion fleet gathered in the Calixis sector, and the lifespan of the young utopia was as short as its creators. Protecting the young kingdom of freedom, Nomos created dimensional barriers that cut the Coronis Expanse off from the Imperium more soundly than the Great Rift. The humanity of the Expanse was left in isolation, relying only on themselves. They either had to build something new and different from the Imperium or fail to the horrors hiding in the dark. The ideals that I committed too, were alien to the Imperium but close to the hearts of many in the Expanse. Anyone who could resolve a dispute or who was denied justice rushed to the palace of the rogue trader in search of mercy. Chorda. Having lost its leader and having no worthy successor, the Chorda dynasty began falling into ruin. The grim legacy of the abominable Espis revealed itself and the Protectorate fell into chaos. Hungry contenders tore the defenseless Demesne apart. Caligos. The cruelty and wrath of Caligos came to an end. Only then did the many terrified witnesses of his vile crimes step forward to recount them. Memories of the good, prosperous years for the Protectorate under the wise rule of Caligos Winterscale were eclipsed by the legacy of his innumerable and bloody crimes. Yvain Winterscale underwent his magna accessio and became a new rogue trader. Many said that the noble Yvain lacked firmness of judgment, yet he had more than enough trust, even for those who were unworthy of it. The young rogue trader did not forget those who saved him from the Raikat system, or the favors that House von Valencius bestowed upon the Winterscales. The cult of Saint Drusus contained its persistent struggle to spread the faith around the Expanse and expose the wild transgressions of the authorities. The stronger and wealthier a planet was, the less its rulers wanted to see the black-clad preachers. Riots and assassinations pushed the cult to the place where it felt most confident, the frontier. Hieronymus de la Rosa remained the most revered priest of the cult of the Saint Drusus. He turned no one away, hearing confessions from pirates, hold rats, deserters, and beggars. It might have been one of those undeserving wretches who infected him with a rare form of leprosy, to which he lost his sight, yet his heart could always see the corruption in the souls of his repenting children. In the following years, the Connaissance fleet slowly and deliberately left the explored systems of the Expanse for the furthermost remote regions. Observation stations and claimed worlds were left empty, and even Euphrates II fell into abandonment. Statistical divination warned the fleet's conclave of the grim events awaiting the Expanse, and they decided to deliver their fellows from the coming storm, yet they did not share the truth with the lay people. The schism of discontinuing the cycle engulfed the entire Connaissance fleet, and soon the civil war was over. Disregarding the commandments of their forefathers, the explorators started down a dangerous path of new comprehension, creation, and revision of procedures and algorithms. The fleet was united once more, and in its unity, it was ready to stare down any horrors standing in the way of the catechism of maintenance and operation. Magus Dominus Opticon 22, one of the first to hail the return of the Messiah, took the helm of the mother squadron of the Connaissance fleet. Unquestionably, embracing the teachings of discontinuing the cycle, he personally saw to the crushing of any renegades who did not accept the Messiah's word as truth and earned himself the identifier of Chromescourge. The crisis in the Expanse dealt a serious blow to the business interests of the Fellowship of the Void. Having no powerful allies, they retreated into the darkness of frontier systems. They were met with a hard life that forced them into new tribe, furious, wild, and willing to do anything for survival. They swore to return and retake what once was theirs. For many years, old Ryza presided over the captains of the Fellowship. At the end of her life, she once again took the helm of a ship and led an unprecedented attack on the mother squadron of Connaissance fleet, during which the attackers managed to seize a dozen transport ships loaded with sacred sacraments to the Omnissiah. Blood-eye. Violence throughout the Expanse made many more careful, and as a result, the Kasbali commission business was declining. Soon, rumors surfaced among the cold traders about a so-called inspection that got through the Maw and into the Expanse. Its professed role was to audit assets and take measures to revise the operation. These words carried with them an ominous threat. The Imperial Navy was wary of the rise of the von Valencius. They saw themselves as dogs guarding the flock of the Emperor's subjects, and there was a new master of the pack. Therefore, the dynasty was watched with utmost diligence, and the admirals feared that one day they would have to go to war against the rogue trader. Chartis Captain Austerius Torfast founded the Torfast and Companions Merchant Company, excelling in trade and acquiring a substantial escort fleet. After 3 decades, he traveled to the Maw to return to the Imperium in hopes of obtaining the fabled warrant of trade. It is not known how this venture ended. When the rogue trader apostasy became apparent, the Imperial Navy fulfilled its duty and fought the von Valancius dynasty. The Battle of Dargonus ended in resounding defeat, and the surviving ships fled to distant systems. Disheartened but not broken, the captains vowed to rebuild their force and planned raids in the apostate territory. Dargonus grew and prospered until it became the capital of the Coronus Expanse. The planet was like a giant magnet whose pull held together the worlds of the Expanse, absorbing the treasures and vices of the sector. Dargonus became the bastion of order in the Expanse. From here, punitive expeditions were dispatched to tainted worlds, and entire spires were occupied by officials and bureaucrats of the Imperium. On many planets, the expression of a man from Dargonus soon came to mean a fearsome inspector with the power to impose punishment. Kiava Gamma washed off the stain of its former defilement, but not the dark memory of it. The sacred halls were never silent, and the production rates became the supreme law. The glory of the Imperium was forged in the blood and sweat of its toilers, and the milestones of the Manufactorum's ground the workers down by the thousand. Even in death, the souls of its servants dare not step away from their machines. Kiava Gamma grew, and new Manufactorums were founded. Until disturbing reports started to trickle in many years later, it seemed that someone had secretly taken control of the colony, shrouding it in a tangle of conspiracy. Neither inquiries nor threats to tech priests or executions helped. Someone in the shadows was weaving their web and making secret plans. Janus was conquered, the Xena spirits were exorcised, and the wilderness was subdued. The fields grew until they covered the entire planet, and billions of tons of provisions were harvested there. Janus had become the breadbasket of the Expanse, and to threaten it would be to condemn millions to starvation. The nobility of the Expanse appreciated the idyllic conditions of the pearl-like paradise world, while castles rose above the agri complexes in their mud, and the shining knights of Janus gifted the sector with many a hero who covered themselves in glory. Vibos 6 grew deeper and deeper, and soon the planet became the darkest and most frightening colony of the Expanse, the final stop for the exiled and the damned. The brutal, hardened inhabitants of a death world feared neither humans nor Xeno horrors, knew no mercy, and were known as the most fearsome fighters in the sector, who had traded their lives for the right to leave the eternal darkness of the mines. Guarded, luxurious palaces were built under the climate domes, shrouded by clouds of poison. They housed so many powerful blackguards, persecuted aristocrats, and wealthy scoundrels that Vibos 6 gained unimaginable political influence. Such grand and sinister deeds were done there that before long the grim death world was spoken of as the new political center of the Expanse. No longer secluded and forlorn, Palstone turned into the spiritual center of the Expanse, clad in golden power. Rulers went there to be anointed for greatness, criminals for penance, and righteous for encouragement. There was no end to them in sight. Treasures and influence quickly corrupted the supreme hierarchs of Palstone, turning them in a coterie of venal egotists anointed by greed. As they did dirty deeds under the cover of holy vestments, their power steadily grew. It is hardly surprising that a few years later the hierarchs of the Falstone recognized the blood relationship between their patrons, the von Valancius dynasty, and Saint Cornatius himself. The fate of the pure-voiced prophet, guardian of the hallowed crucible, was a sad one. After visiting 7 worlds and bestowing the blessing of transformation upon them, he perished at the hands of the bloodthirsty Drukhari pirates along with his retinue and the priceless relic. Really, he got lost. After recovering from Chorda regime, Footfall reclaimed its status as trading hub of the Expanse. Having learned a bitter lesson, Vladimir Tokara created Footfall Partisans Militia, a well-equipped mercenary army that answered only to him. A sliver of order returned to Footfall. The changes that the von Valancius dynasty brought to Footfall remained on a station long after. Poorhouses opened by the order of the rogue traders saved many hungry and homeless from death. Unfortunately, this broke the station's delicate ecosystem, no longer freezing to death in empty compartments or tormented by epidemics. Those who lived in poverty and Footfall began to choke the station, leading to a sharp rise in crime. Organ traders, illegal augmetic specialists, and savage gangs of envers proliferated. Left without a son, the Rykad system ceased to exist. its now frigid planet spun away into the darkness, no longer held by gravitational pull of the star. A century later, a fragment of Raikad minorities entered the Furibundus system and was snared by void miners. A piece of its rock was delivered to Footfall with reverence and used in the restoration of the God Emperor statue as a final memorial to the world devoured by corruption. With the fall of their unholy patron, the Edge of Daybreak, the cult of the Final Dawn perished as well. Every cell of the cult was hunted down and eliminated. Rumors that some worshippers of the ruinous powers had managed to get away, hiding the writing of their war-banished lord under their robes, were baseless and unfounded. Left without a mission or a leader, the word-bearers retreated to the depths of the Immaterium. Their last act of vengeance was a bloody assault on Footfall. The populace of several asteroids was exterminated or enslaved, and the statue of the God Emperor was badly damaged. Rumors of the rotting remains of an Eldari craft world traveled around the expanse. Explorators, privateers, Kazbelika agents, and anyone hungry for easy money all rushed to the frontier systems to vie for peace or the prize. Some were swallowed by the warp, others clashed and perished in ruthless skirmishes. The most skilled and fortunate returned empty-handed after decades of searching. The colossal ship, as big as an imperial world, simply vanished, as if it had never existed. But the legend of Forbidden Treasure lived on and brought more daring souls to ruin. When the news of the death of the Master of Flesh reached him, Sharon K sent what was left of the Eldari ships to the most distant stars of the expanse. There, hidden from human eyes with xenotech and sorcery, the Eldari carried on their humble existence and even managed to establish a few contacts, some untrusted monkey who helped the Xenos in return for knowledge and technology. Eldari from the fallen craft world Krudarach, who once traveled through the darkness of the expanse in a desperate attempt to gather the remains of their kind, were becoming a rarer sight. Even the most skillful Kazbalika agents and audacious bounty hunters with knowledge of Xenos settlements on the edges of the expanse could no longer find their trail. Squads of Eldari rangers suddenly appeared in different worlds and disappeared abruptly, without shedding a drop of blood. Their purpose remained an enigma. Somewhere in the inverse of the universe lay Komora, woven from manifold other dimensions and illuminated as always with the light of stolen suns, its streets ever filled with screams and agony. Any misfortune experienced by the Dark City became another scar on its appealing face, lost among thousands of other vile blemishes. As long as pain pulsed in its black-souled spires, the insatiable and unshakable Komora continued its flight through the webway, along with its unchanging ruler, the leader of Cabal, the Black Heart, and the most dangerous of all Drukhari, Asdrubal Vect. After the rogue trader visit, dimensional rifts open around the spire of the Living Tempest, flooding the streets of Komora with demons. This incursion terrified the Dark City. The Cabal of the Black Heart managed to stop it, but some Archons saw the event as a sign of their leader's weakness. Others interpreted this as a grim omen for the entirety of the Dark City. The fall of the Cabal of the Living Tempest unraveled Komora for a brief and bloody moment. The elites of the Dark City put their squabbles aside and found a new game in tearing apart the domain of Arconi Rimeres. The fate of the Living Tempest reminded other Cabals nothing is permanent in the Dark City but the city itself. Leaving the Necron systems behind, the Star God vengefully obliterated every tomb world of the ancient Xenos race. The ancient hatred of Cthon, betrayed by their deathless servants, whispered inside it. The voice of Waxmaster Vigdisuriota of the Toliman dynasty has long resounded in the expanse, bringing hope and trumpeting the arrival of the merciful rogue trader. Known for her wisdom and acute understanding of ship systems, she taught many generations of future Waxmasters from the Toliman dynasty in her long life. Her body was built into the bridge itself, and in times of need, her voice flowed through the Vox, dispelling delusions and despair. After years of dedicated service, Master Helmsman Reivor was granted, despite his objections, the privilege of rest. The wise servants of the Omnisaya implanted an augment into his brain that returned him the ability to sleep. Soon afterwards, something unprecedented happened aboard the ship. The Master Helmsman overslept and missed the start of his watch, but his temper did become much more agreeable from then on. Many years later, Denrock asked to resign. He said that age had softened his heart and that a more worthy, young and assertive successor should take over his position. There was no shortage of candidates. Under all that fat, Denrock had a sentimental heart. He spared nothing for the orphans of those who had died serving the rogue trader. The children had been given an excellent education and were eager to serve the Longplay dynasty. Urban Drivestem cared more about preserving the influence of his lineage than the well-being of the Protectorate. His blind ambition lost him his governor's seat and the respect of his family. Within a few generations, one of the largest houses of Dargonus turned into a husk of a family of petty aristocrats. Gaprax missed the moment when her family, previously organized like a well-oiled machine, started to fall apart, caused by infighting. Among her distant relatives, many blamed Turiana for the Kiavagama disaster. Soon the Gaprax splintered into combative factions and spent centuries locked in a violent struggle, only occasionally punctuated by futile attempts to reunite the house. Sourbeck was loyal to the rogue trader to the last, despite all the rumors to the contrary. Not finding affection among his subjects or family, he stayed true to himself, remaining a forthright, severe, and pious person. Macarius strived to ensure that every soul in his charge felt justifiable dread before both him and the God Emperor. Regina Sourbeck, sugar-tongued loyalty to the rogue trader prompted many crude rumors. The gossip stopped one day when the Sourbecks' cold bodies were found in their bedroom. It is widely believed that they became victims of the machinations of their distant relatives, yet some tongues whispered that before that the hands of Macarius, pierced by poisoned blade, broke the slender neck of his dear wife. Members of House Verserian served the dynasty faithfully and loyally, amassing more and more power. A century later, they finally gained the respect enjoyed by other noble houses, yet power and luxury can dull any blade. The pampered and idle aristocrats could hardly be recognized as the descendants of the formidable Seneschal Verserian. As it is, one builds, the next generation destroys. For reason unknown, members of the Verserian family found themselves time and time again as targets of assassinations, victims of unpredictable riots, and the focus of palace intrigue. The misfortune that plagued their house suddenly stopped when Macarius Sourbeck met his end. Clementia, daughter of Abelard and Chancellor of Dargonus, executed her office irreproachably and even found time to school the younger generations of her family. She was equally good at mentoring, doing her job, and navigating intrigue. After a century of immaculate service, she surprised everyone by leaving her position and becoming the first mate on a trade ship. She would later admit, like a true Verserian, that she had always had a passion for ships and voidfaring. Branches of House Gaprak and Verserian became intertwined for a time after the marriage of Astarsha and Vicent. To the great sadness of the couple and the great amusement of the spiteful Dargonus nobility, their marriage bore no children. Just like her ancestors, Astarsha Verserian Gaprak dedicated her life to service. Crushed by the events that shook the stability of a house and his inability to leave an heir, Vicent lived in the shadow of his wife. When the time came, he passed away without notice. Nocturne of Oblivion visited the Expanse once again. Sneaking onto Dargonus, he came to the rogue trader palace and left a special gift with him, a case of Aldari make, unmistakably ancient and precious, adorned with the rune of an eye inside a triangle. Only the Lord Captain knew what it held. The Harlequin candidly warned him that he was pulling the von Valencius dynasty into a dangerous dance, a shaking doom which will freeze the world under terror loom. Then he promptly departed, and not without reason. A couple of hours later, assassins from the Dark City appeared, following his trail, and were mercilessly killed. Their armor bore the sign of the Cabal of the Black Heart. After months of searching, Dargonus guards found the remains of Achilles' calendar on the lowest levels of the hive. Yukari artifacts and records found beside him indicated that the agent of the Inquisition was compromised and had been working for the Xenos. Marajai confirmed the guilt of the deceased Inquisition agent and described in detail the torture he inflicted upon the poor soul to gain his obedience and loyalty. He confirmed as well that Irli had found and killed his monkey toy. Yet, few chose to believe the words of the cursed Xenos, and thus the secret of death of Achilles' calendar was not brought to the public. The old slit Melis did not risk returning to Comora, where the cult of the Fatal Thirst took its vengeance on everyone who had helped the rogue trader. He took to piracy, forming a crew from the remnants of the Reaving Tempest. Rekindling his old thirst for battle seemed to shed a good century of his age like a snakeskin. The savage deeds that Gorde Schiato witnessed on footfall traumatized him forever. His architectural genius was shattered. Only the rare collections of true connoisseurs held his work, written in shaky hand, Footfall, the ultimate void station, and mortuary. Adelia Belardo, the granddaughter of pirate Jerry Candens Belardo, grew up to be quick-witted and energetic captain, since her guardian, who went simply by Chaplain, knew only 3 things in life: fate, slaughter, and voidfaring. He advised her to invest her inheritance into a void ship. Her trade, Clipper Snake, traveled to all the settled worlds of the Expanse, to many uncharted ones as well. In all the time that Adelia Belardo was captain, her ship never fired a single shot at civilian vessel. Having completed his last journey with the Lord Captain, Abelard Verserian, by gracious permission of the rogue trader, left the post of the Seneschal and took the helm of his large family. House Verserian rose above its rivals and was never the target of persecution again, even after their honored patriarch died, decades later in his bed surrounded by grieving loved ones. So Abelard died. The bright memories of Abelard were darkened only by rumors of crawling madness in the twilight of his life. Many said they saw the honored Seneschal talking to someone unseen, with a voice filled with unusual tenderness and sorrow. He was talking to Theodora, or to his late wife. Even the events on Epitaph could not silence the call in Argenta's soul for the mysterious relic that she so eagerly sought. She left the rogue trader retinue and embarked on a solitary pilgrimage in search of Sully's prime. Her fate from then on is unknown. The Mercatium Tabula Officiale opened an ocean of possibilities for Jaya Hidari. Leaving the Kasbalika mission, she became an independent player. Choosing your own destiny is a unique gift that simple mortals would never dare dream of, but Jaya always wished for it. She found new friendly, skillfully danced the knife edge between trade and piracy, stole from the strong, granted mercy to the weak, and even bought a couple of modest planets. And she never ever betrayed herself. Half a century later, a fledgling rogue trader, whose name is now forgotten, brutally crushed Jai, accusing her of abusing power. The new rogue trader conquered her worlds, exterminated her people, and used everything in her power to wipe Giant name and vulgar deeds from the Expanse memory. No happy endings, even though this is the happiest ending, I guess out of all endings there is no happy ending for anyone. Heinrich von Kellogg's, the former interrogator of Ordog Xenos, took the mantle of the Lord Inquisitor after his mentor's death, receiving both the Inquisitor's rosette and the duty to defend the sector from the enemies of humanity. Von Kellogg's became a new warden of the Expanse. Heinrich declared a relentless war against the enemies of humanity, Xenos, servants of chaos, or heretics among the Imperium ranks. Inquisitor fearlessly eliminated numerous nests of corruption in the Expanse. Decades later, he was assassinated. No one survived! They all died, man! Decades later, he was assassinated by a criminal cartel. Some say Kasbalika mission Siko, unrelenting servant of the law, was connected to his death. Cassia. After her travels with Rogue Trader, Cassia Orselio returned to the bosom of her house, where her circle and the Great Regent declared her the new Novate. Used to rallying on the Lord Captain for everything, Cassia became an obedient servant of the Von Valencius dynasty, making every effort to help her friend and mentor, even when doing so hurt the interests of House Orselio. Years later, a wave of brutal murders washed over House Orselio. Unknown assailants butchered navigators, carving the atlases from their chests. Probably Eldari. Without an iron will or any particular zeal for giving orders, Novator Cassia was not able to build a sufficient bulwark around her rule, and disgruntled members of House Orselio decided to rebel. They set out to depose Lady Cassia and install a worthy protector on the throne instead. Their plan only half worked. To avenge Cassia's death, the rogue trader brutally crushed everyone who bore the Orselio name. Cassia died as well. Holy shit. Despite scandalous rumors about a love affair with rogue trader Lady Navigator Cassia accompanied her lover among the stars of the Expanse for a time. Their love was like a candle flame, warm, tremulous, insatiable, and fleeting. When Cassia took the throne as Novator, love gave way to duty. Some praised their doomed love, were over glasses of Amasek, others cursed it and spat in disgust. Yet even after her arranged marriage and after she had passed on her precious genes, Cassia kept in contact with the only person she'd ever fully loved until her last day. Novator Cassia Orcelia and Rogue Trader entered into marriage, securing a powerful alliance. Sadly, their countless concerns and responsibilities prevented the spouses from seeing each other, keeping them apart for months and sometimes years. Even without passion or love in marriage, they truly held great respect for each other. Idira lived several more years after the Rogue Trader Grand March on Epitaph. Despite her short life, she left behind many legends and tales of her adventures in the Lord Captain's service, and of the terrible warp phenomena that she manifested. By announcing the discontinuing of the cycle, the Amarnath Collective instilled terror in the hearts of those who revered the theorems of purity, but it gave hope to others. Having gathered its disciples and recruited servo-soldiers from feudatory planets, it ventured to the worlds of the Screaming Vortex to the infernal forges of the Dark Mechanicus. This march of re-indoctrination was meant to seize the stolen secrets of the Omnissiah from the hands of the heretics, temper the cult in the fire of battle, and transform it into a tool for both eradication and comprehension. The fleet disappeared in the darkness, and only rare echoes of its messages were ever intercepted. The Judith, the able Hanuman, continued his service of the Amarnath Collective. In unity with 5 compeers, he rediscovered the joy of direct cognitive communication unstained by inborn otherness. While outwardly silent, he joyfully described the images, concepts, and ideas that the Omnissiah opened to him. Fulfilling his function, he overflowed with exultation and efficiency. For many long years, Irliet traveled at the Rogue Trader's side, helping him decipher the secret of Last Xenos races and lending him wisdom of her people. Half a century later, she sensed that it was time to say goodbye. The path of the outcast had come to an end. After bidding farewell to her Elenta, Irliet made her way to the surviving kins. Irliet followed a new path, the path of the warrior. She only hoped it would never force her to raise arms against the mortals who would become true comrades to her. Rumor had it that Irliet and Pascal met again among the alien stars. A band of Eldari warriors were trying to protect an ancient planetary edifice of their people from the covetous servants of the Omnissiah. Upon learning that Irliet was leading the Xenos, Pascal personally descended to the planet and struck down his former comrade in arms. Her death did not stir any feelings in his metallic heart. Pascal killed Irliet. Marajai, also known as the Death of the Tempest, spent several years with a rogue trader, filling the entire crew with terror. However, with the time, his restless and ambitious nature got the better of him. Having grown weary of the company of Monkey, the Drukhari left the ship. Soon after, the Expanse saw a new mercenary group, a motley army of humans and Xenos led by the bloodthirsty and ruthless Drukhari leader. Years later, Marajai's name resounded through the Expanse once more. His gang had intercepted a Starsha Versarian ship. Her head was delivered to Abelard with a note informing him that it was a gift from an old acquaintance in remembrance of a glorious past. Abelard's grief sent him on a 6-year-long hunt for the despicable Xenos, which sadly was unsuccessful. Holy fuck with this. After burying his brothers, Ulfar felt the weight of exhaustion and loss on his shoulders. His loyalty to the Old Father was strong, but his heart had suffered much in decades of battle. Unable to break his vows, he continued to sing the saga of his pack alone, the last of the baleful Howl. There are hundreds of legends and myriad of worlds about the Lone Wolf. Covering his armor with a great cloak, he would appear and vanish again, leaving only the corpses of unrighteous behind. Stories were crafted about the mysterious Avenger, and hundreds of young heroes, wolflings, went after him. Ulfar did not call on them. He did not remember their names and did not mourn for them. He longed only for an honorable death, but could not find it. He always survived. He's cursed, always surviving. Thorvald Ironhide led the Stormbiters for decades, exterminating evil in the Expanse and adding glorious visor to the saga of his pack. When he fell, his successor, Halbrand, decided it was time for the wolves to return home and led the pack into the Maw. Whether they were successful in returning to Fenris is unknown. It is rumored that the true cause of Thorvald Ironhide's demise was treachery. Faced with superior enemy, the Space Wolves called on their allies for help, but a nearby squadron of Connison's fleet withdrew, defiantly broadcasting that the blood debt to the Archmage Amarnath is not forgotten. Such was the echo of the deeds of the rogue trader of the von Valancius dynasty, deeds that transformed the Expanse and prepared it for events even darker and more violent. But those are the events of a different story. This one has come to an end. Basically, happy ending for Koronus Expanse. Not a happy ending for companions, okay? But a happy ending for a Koronus Expanse. In other words, it's brutal. Everyone died. I mean, Marajai killed Abelard's daughter or granddaughter, sending her head. Man, I should have killed him on spot. But I wanted to see all companions, eh? I should have killed the fucker on sight, man. On spot, there, when I met him. Insta-kill. Then Pascal killed Irliet. Holy shit. Basically the best ending. Imagine how the worst ending looks like if this is the best ending. In other words, what they wanna tell you is there is no happy ending in 40k. There is always only death. But the entire Koronus Expanse is in a way much better state than it was when I started. Okay, when you take the mantle of a rogue trader, everything is falling apart. And once the game ended, Koronus Expanse prospered. Which is huge. I liked it. I don't know about you people and what you think about the ending. I mean, if this is the happy ending, imagine the bad ending. Imagine the bad ending, man. Come on. Probably not a single star survives in the Koronus Expanse, and that freaking thing collects its shards, becomes whole again, and goes straight for the Imperium to conquer it. Okay, that's probably the worst ending imaginable. Because he soaks up stars to empower himself. Basically, Koronus Expanse would be the black screen. That's the worst ending. What also surprised me, the next rogue trader that came after me killed Jaya Heydari, man. You see how there is no happy ending? She owned planets and whatnot, became influential, and she prospered. And then the next rogue trader, the next SL comes and easily kills her. Everything that you built, someone takes a shit on it. Okay, when you're gone, someone takes a shit on it. That's how it works in real life as well. Okay, someone makes billions, then he creates two idiot sons that gamble it all away, spend on whores, and there goes the money. Same shit for Jai, same shit for me. You build something and then it falls apart when you're not there. For the Coronus expands, this is the best outcome. Because it's not about you. You know, when you have the classic stories in video games and so on, you know, main villain, become this, become that, and so on. This is not about it at all. It's about whether you're gonna save the entire sector of Coronus expanse or not. Whether you're gonna save stars and planets or not. Whether you wanna destroy them or not. How everything reflects with your actions that you took throughout the entire game. Now, probably this is gonna be 10 times more detailed in a year from now when they release the Emperor's Edition with DLCs and whatnot. It's gonna be a huge game in time, okay? With way much more consequences than they got right now. They got plenty of consequences, different endings, depends on who you took as a companion, how you acted on them, how you finished their quests. But it's gonna get even bigger than this, like 2 times bigger, I guess, until we get the final version, and that's gonna be probably 2025. And I also believe that I'm the very first person that finished the game on unfair difficulty, worldwide. Among the first, for sure. First on the freaking internet. I don't know if someone finished it offline, but I am the first that did it online. For sure. There is no way anyone finished this game before me on unfair. I mean, most of my fights that you can see uploaded right now on the internet on the unfair difficulty from chapter 4 and chapter 5, it's only me and no one else. No videos exist, man. People are still in Act 1, Act 2. But check out in a game, I don't know, I haven't checked. Yeah, this is probably world first unfair. Yeah, I guess there is no one that finished this. Let's see. But there is no freaking way, okay. I'm the first for sure. Rogue Trader, unfair, final boss. No one did it, man. When you type final boss, it's my Chaos Marine, Chaos Spawn. You're alone, Aurora. That's what you get when you type final boss. Final boss only, so no difficulty added. Okay, not normal, daring or whatever. Now unfair. That's gonna be me for the next 2 months, I guess. The only one that created the video alongside me is CRPG Bro. But not for the final boss, for the Forge Fiend from Act 2. Okay, from Act 2. What I did today, people will take like 20 to 30 days to release. I'll release this video tomorrow with the final boss fight. That there is no rush. Now I'm basically racing with myself right now and no one else. Again, no one did it, for sure. I can see no one did it. You were witnessing the very first unfair run of Rogue Trader. People, that's gonna be it. We're gonna play a new Hereticus run, probably tomorrow. Nice and easy. I'll keep all conversations, keep only heretic conversations. Now it's gonna be very fast run. compared to this one. Way much faster. And I need to release some videos as well. Now I got time to edit. I can finally edit some videos. But all in all, that's it for tonight. Guys, I wish you all good night. Thanks for watching. Thanks for all of those subs, for joining the channel, and so on and so forth. Thanks for watching. And see you back soon. Tomorrow, same time as today, when we start a Hereticus run. People, see you soon. What? Is burst attack a ranged area attack? No, area attack is attack in the area. Burst attack is attack in a cone. Okay, when bullets are flying close by, that's a burst attack. When something explodes, that's area damage. Where to get metronome? I don't know. Check my guides. I really don't know. There is no way I can remember that much. People, good night. Good night. Thanks for watching. See ya back tomorrow. Then we're gonna talk more. I wanna go in bed and relax. I'm definitely done for tonight.